Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. I just wanted to introduce what we have going on real quick right here at the center bench. So, we are actually going to be working on a handful of commission pieces throughout the day. And this already has a layer of blue color all the way inside of this bubble of glass, or you can kind of see that dark layer hovering around in there. It looks red right now, but that's just because of the heat of the glass. It is going to be blue. And we're now taking these pieces of cane and wrapping them around the bubble to create all sorts of crazy lines. It is a little bit hard to see this design from where you're sitting, but the best way to describe this is you have twisted lines around a clear rod of glass, almost like twisted lines of a candy cane, maybe. So we've taken that, we've wrapped it around the bubble, and we're just kind of messing around with it even further and getting our final design. And we've actually drawn out some of the shapes that we're going to see today on the hot shop floor right there to the right of the bench. So it kind of gives you an idea of the variety that we'll see. Now, we do technically have multiple things going on at the same time, so this is the main project that I'm going to be focusing on throughout the day today, but we also have some hands-on workshops going on over on the left bench. So this is something that you guys can sign up for yourselves, and I've been told that we just have one blow slot open at 4:15 today if anyone's interested, but we also have a full day of the blow your owns tomorrow. Yes, so once we had all of those lines on the surface of the glass, we had to work on compressing them and smoothing them out. We want them to be flush with the surface of the bubble, and now we can start to blow this out a little bit further. But yeah, just to introduce a couple of different tools. So we have the Marver, which is that large metal table. It has a thick slab of stainless steel on top. And anytime we're rolling the glass over the Marver, it's actually sucking heat out of the glass. So sometimes we purposefully use it to cool certain areas of the bubble and prevent it from blowing out too much in that direction. And now we're using this pad, which is actually just folded up newspaper that we splashed with some water. I had a question about that earlier. We're kind of guiding which way it blows out. And kind of similar, we have some newspaper laid out on this wooden board as well. This will be used later on once we get closer to the final shape. And so using these two metal blades called the jacks, we're squeezing into the glass right off the end of the pipe, and this is called the jack line. It's basically a purposeful weak point, and we will break the piece off from there later on. So we're just getting that ready, and then we'll finish blowing this out. And now you can see that color a little bit better as we start blowing this out and it starts cooling down. Yeah, good question I've just got. A lot of the people that work on the floor here, they have a lot of experience. So our full-time team and people who come in really frequently, they've been working with glass for many years. And a couple of the people we have on our full-time team have up to about 35 years of experience each. And that includes Gabe, who is actually handling this piece of glass right now. So he makes things look easy because of that. Now, we are using this setup in the front. I wanted to point out the use for this. So we will roll the glass bubble on its side on this large wooden board with wet newspaper. The wet newspaper is mostly to protect the wood and kind of create a layer of steam, but the idea is to apply pressure to the entire side of the piece all at the same time to completely straighten it out. And we'll use these wooden paddles throughout the whole process as well. We use them to flatten the bottom of pieces like we're doing right now. We use them to shield the artist's arm and hand from the radiant heat coming off of the piece. Because this glass is always somewhere between 1 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If we let it drop below 1,000, it'll start to crack and break. So at this point, we have finished the lower half of the piece completely. After we flatten the bottom, then the bottom is done. So we have to bring over another pipe with some clear glass on the end, and we'll attach this to the bottom so that we can break the entire piece off of the pipe that it's on right now. So once we attach that pipe, we break the piece off. This is usually done with a little bit of water applied to that divot that I told you guys about earlier, the jack line. And then just a tap of the pipe, and that pops right off. So now by doing that whole process, we have access to the top, and we can start to open it up and finish it. And welcome to those who just joined in. I wanted to share what we're working on real quick today. So the people that are on the floor right now, they work for the Museum of Glass, and we're going to see them make specifically a variety of shapes and sizes of vessels, kind of like you're seeing on the floor. Those were some examples just to kind of show the variety. This one's going to be a different shape than anything you're seeing on the floor, apparently, by the way. But we're going to stick with the same theme of this blue-colored glass and this white striping throughout the piece. The white is pretty light. It's kind of at the bottom third of the piece, and we applied that earlier before you guys came in. So yeah, at this point we are finishing off the top of the vessel, and then we'll eventually break it off, put it away, and get started on the next one. And over on the left bench, throughout the day, you're going to see some hands-on workshops going on over there. So people are coming down on the floor, and they're actually blowing or making their own pieces of glass, just guests, you know. They pay for a ticket. We actually do have one more slot open at 4:15, and then we have a lot of slots open for tomorrow. We do this one weekend each month at the end of the month. So this entire weekend, we're having guests blow glass. Oh, yeah, another event that I want to point out that's important coming up today at 1 p.m. We're going to have the first lecture by Walter Lieberman about early American glass. And these lectures are going to be happening all the way from July through November. And yeah, again, this is at 1 p.m. So since you guys are already here in the museum, you can just stop on by and listen to that lecture. They're going to make a piece of glass art that represents that time period as well as you learn about the history of the glass. Thank you. So with this piece of the center bench, it looks like we have opened it to its full size. We're happy with the way it looks. So we're preparing to break it off and put it away. So we break these pieces off at the bench. We'll pick it up with some Kevlar gloves, which are apparently the same material as firefighting suits. And we will torch the bottom to kind of get rid of the leftover marks from the pipe. And often we'll stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo if it's for the store. Again, these are some commission pieces, so they do have a specific destination in the end. Now, to break this piece off, we apply some water, cracking that connection from thermal shock. And then we just tap the pipe and it pops right off. So that is the first piece of the day that we have just finished right here. It looks like we are stamping it with the Museum of Glass logo. And let's give them a round of applause for the first piece of the day. Thank you, everyone. Yes, exactly. So this box keeps the glass warm temporarily at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And we'll just continuously load pieces in there throughout the day. They'll stay nice and warm. Then we press a button and it slowly cools overnight or about 12 hours. So that is how we prevent thermal shock once we finish our pieces. It's the longest part of the process. So we're going to continue these pieces. For those who just joined in, we're going to stick with that same blue color and overall theme, but we're going to be switching up the shapes with every piece that we see, kind of like the example drawings on the floor. This is just kind of showing a variety of shapes like we'll see today. So I think everyone missed the beginning of this process. We have to start by getting the color on the glass in the first place. So we're only ever starting with clear molten glass. That's coming from the furnace, that tank with the closed door there. That's actually holding a large crucible filled with clear molten glass. And then our color is coming from Color Bar, which kind of a self-explanatory name. They are these bars of solid colored glass. We'll pick up a little section like we have right here at the center bench and melt it down. So at the moment we have one small clear bubble, and we have our solid colored glass, which we'll section off into two. We're going to completely melt that colored glass down and then drop it down on top of the clear bubble. And this whole process is called a color drop or a color overlay. Basically, it creates a piece that looks like it's all just made from one color, but really it's a thin layer of color in the walls of the piece. And once we let that glass cool down, we're ready for our next layer of clear. So again, this color is basically sandwiched in between layers of clear. And these layers of clear are mostly to build up mass. This is giving us more material to blow out and work with and create our piece. Yeah, so were you here for the part where they dropped the color down on top of the clear bubble at the center bench here? They had like the two pipes and they dropped the color down. So that's a color drop or a color overlay. And honestly, it's a lot like these little mic covers I have, where they've basically just layered a little bit of colored glass on around the bubble. And then that's what he just gathered more clear glass over top of. And right now, everything's just going to look orange. This is just because of the heat. So much heat that it's radiating light, basically glowing like lava. But as soon as this is blown out more and it starts cooling down, you'll see the true color of the glass a lot better, which is blue. So earlier we had little white lines on kind of the bottom third of the vessel that we blew, and this is actually kind of similar, but yeah. This is cane, these sticks of colored glass, and we've taken them and it looks like he folded it in half and kind of cut it. I think that he is trying to maybe swirl them together in some sort of way, and then we'll wrap this around the bubble at some point to get some designs. And if anyone hasn't seen this yet, this silver box right here is called the garage. And anything we're pulling out of here, including the color, including that piece of cane that we just started using at the center bench here, all of that is kept at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit in that silver box. And that's just warm enough to keep it from breaking, just cold enough that it doesn't melt and move. So it's a really good in-between temperature. And for those who just joined in, we are working on some commission pieces today. And these are all going to have a similar theme of we're using blue glass for them, and they're going to be blown vessels of some kind, like a bottle or a vase. And we're getting started on the next one over on that right bench. We're just preparing a little bit of design for it, basically, right here at the center bench. We'll bring the two together. So we have these rollers set up at the bench now. So instead of rolling the pipe back and forth, it's instead going to turn in just one spot. And this is helpful for making things symmetrical, or in this case, I'm assuming we're going to wrap that bit of glass that Gabe has around the bubble. So this is brought over, touched down lightly, and then as we turn, this is creating small striations. Welcome into the hot shop, you guys. We're working on a variety of vessels, kind of like bottles, vases. We have a few different shapes drawn out on the floor just to show the variety that we're going to see today, which expands beyond those drawings. We have already a blue colored glass on this bubble right here. I know it doesn't look blue right now, it's just because of the heat. And we're wrapping some small colored glass around it. I don't remember what color this is off the top of my head. We'll just have to wait and see. When they blow it out, it'll cool down enough for us to see the blue and the wrap color around it. But yeah, and for those who joined in a little bit later, I did want to point out over on the left bench, we have some hands-on workshops going on over there. So if you're curious about what we have going on, kind of hiding around the corner, people are coming down on the floor, making their own pieces of glass to take home with them eventually. And it changes depending on the month that you come in, but we always have an entire weekend of these workshops at the end of each month. So today and tomorrow we'll be having these workshops going on, and I know that they have a calendar at the front desk of the availability today and tomorrow. They told me that today they only have one slot left at 4:15, but tomorrow's pretty open. So this is all the glass we need for this one piece. We'll sit at the bench and start to blow this out. And next we take the jacks, these two metal blades. We're squeezing down and pulling out at the same time, and this is stretching a neck into the piece. So this is how they make bottlenecks for a lot of different pieces. Yeah, I was about to say, you guys came in at a good time because this is when we are getting the overall shape of the piece. We've already done all the prep work of getting the color on the glass, getting the pattern on the glass, just getting all the glass we need. And now this is the quote unquote faster part where we actually blow it out and shape it. And I always like to point this out, but the people who work here full time on the hot shop floor, they've been working with glass for a while, so they do make things look really easy, but it's because they have up to about 35 years of experience going into these individual pieces. Now this setup in the front is quite literally just a wooden board laid out with some wet newspaper over top of it. But the reason we use this is to apply pressure along the entire side of the wall or the entire side of the piece all at the same time, which is making it perfectly straight. So we use it for cylinders, cones, anything that needs that really straight wall. Yeah, so at this point, we're heating up just the very bottom for the most part, and we're flattening the bottom out. And something I was just pointing out to some audience members is we have to either cap the end of the pipe or we have to blow into the end of the pipe because the pipe works both ways. If we're applying pressure to the glass, the air is escaping, it's just pushing back out the pipe. And I did want to give a little reminder, especially since we've had some new people join in here and there, that we have a lecture at 1 p.m. on early American glass, and this is actually by Walter Lieberman. He's another one of our MCs here, and he's actually just joined us on the hot shop floor. He's here a little early. He's going to watch us blow glass till then. And we'll have these lectures going on July through November. So at this point, the overall shape and especially the lower half of the piece is completely done. So we're preparing a second pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end, and this will be brought over, attached to the bottom, and then we'll break the piece completely off of the pipe that it was created on, this pipe that it's on right now. So we just brought that pipe over, we attach it to the bottom. We heat up the surrounding area where we're going to break to prevent cracks from traveling, and then we use water to crack that connection and pop the piece off with just a little tap of the pipe. So by doing all of this, we've flipped the orientation of the piece, and now we can start working on the top of the neck and finish our piece off. So now we've gotten the neck hot enough that we're able to start flaring that opening out. And this little disc of glass that we're creating at the top of the opening is actually going to be knocked off or cut off. This is just a little bit of excess glass that we're getting rid of. Usually the glass connecting to that previous pipe tends to be a bit thick, and we get rid of that thickness by just trimming some of that glass away. Yeah, it looks like we're stretching the neck quite a bit. We're pulling away from the pipe. So with that excess glass gone, we can now heat this up and open it up to its full size. And I know we've been heating up the glass a few different ways, so I'll point out the difference between these heats since this is a question I get a lot. So we give the piece an overall heat, like stick the whole thing in to this large open face furnace to basically just keep it at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If it gets colder than that or too much colder than that, it'll break from thermal shock. And then we use this fluffy torch to apply kind of a generalized heat to one section, especially this tends to be the colder areas, which is like where the glass is connected to the pipe. And then with even smaller torches, which you see us use every once in a while, that's just to focus more like a pinpoint heat. Just heat up one small section to work with at a time. And for those who joined in the last maybe 10 minutes or so, I wanted to reintroduce what we have going on kind of in general for the whole day. So we're going to be working on some commission pieces today. And the idea is we're specifically going to be using this blue glass that you see for this piece right here. I would say the truest colors closest to the pipe. And we're going to use this blue glass for a variety of shapes of pieces like you see drawn on the floor right there. So kind of bottles and vases, just blown vessels in general. And so far it seems like these pieces are also using something called cane, which are these sticks of colored glass to get those little white striations you're seeing in the piece. We had these for the last piece as well, just a little bit of a different design. And then once we are happy with the way the piece looks, we get ready to break it off and put it away. So we're at that point now. We're torching the glass, connecting the piece in the pipe, and then we'll apply some water, crack the piece off, and carry it over to the annealer, which is the large black box over on the left wall, to put it in there and slowly cool it down overnight. So that's the longest part of the process, is the cooling. So there we go with some water on our tweezers. We're cracking the glass from thermal shock. We're using it to our advantage. We tap the pipe, and the piece pops off. Stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo, and that piece is completely done. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work on that piece. Thank you, everyone. So that's just the second piece of the day. So it seems like so far these are taking maybe about 45 minutes each, and I'm sure it'll depend on the shape. But again, we're going to continue to work on a variety of these vessels, and at 1 p.m. we're going to have a lecture by Walt, another MC here at the Museum of Glass, and he is very well versed in the history of glass, so he's going to be talking specifically about early American glass, and we'll have a demonstration relating to the history that he's talking about, so make sure you come back for that. Yeah, of course. And yeah, we're going to be working on these vessels until 1 p.m., and then at 1 p.m. we're going to have that lecture. So just a little reminder. You can always check in on our progress on those little screens out in the Grand Hall as well. And welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I'm just going to give a quick introduction as to what we'll see happening down here, and then I'll move into explaining what they're doing as they're doing it. We're going to be working at two different benches, the center bench and the right bench. This is our resident hot shop team. They work here at the museum. And we're going to see them work on a variety of things like blue bottles and blue vases, basically just blue blown vessels for a commission. So this is starting with applying the color, which is happening right now, right here at the center bench. So we get our color shipped in these solid bars of just colored glass. We break them into segments, and we melt those segments down on the end of a pipe. And that's kind of the process we've used to get to this point. We melted some blue down. We dropped it on top of a clear bubble. And yes, all of our projects start this small, just this small little gather of clear, and then we build upon it. And the slides you're seeing on the screen are actually for the lecture that we're going to be having at 1 p.m. by our other MC, Walt. You'll be coming up to the front and talking about early American glass. And then right after that lecture, we're also going to have a demonstration where we make a piece of early American glass as well. So that'll be really fun. This is actually the first of these series, so we're going to be having these lectures going on through November, and this is just the very first one today, so you guys came in on a good day. And this is just a pipe cooler that we're using real quick. It's just a trough of water that we set the pipe into. And you'll notice we always let that glass cool down before we gather again. So us kind of standing or sitting and just watching the glass like this, we're just letting it cool down for a moment. And then we'll go ahead and dip back into the glass furnace, which this is sitting at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's just a crucible filled with clear molten glass in the base of it. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. I'm just going to give a quick introduction as to what we have going on. So we have two different benches that we're working at for our resident hot shop team. These guys work here at the Museum of Glass. And we're specifically making some commission pieces today, which include things like bottles and vases. Basically, we're just making a bunch of different blown forms that have the same blue color and kind of some white striations and designs to them. And we are preparing some of that glass over on the right bench, the white glass that we'll bring over and apply to our bubble right here at the center bench. And this already has the blue color on it, by the way. Right now it looks orange just from the heat, but you'll see when it cools down that nice blue. And then over on the left bench, getting my right and left mixed up. This is where we're doing our hands-on workshops today for anyone that was curious about what's going on over there. So people pay to come down on the floor and they actually make their own piece of glass they eventually take home with them. And this is something that we do for one weekend a month at the end of the month. So today and tomorrow we'll have these workshops going on. And I've heard that tomorrow's calendar is pretty open, by the way. And I'm not sure anymore, but earlier we had a 4:15 slot open today. So the center bench, we have the bubble on some rollers to spin the glass in one place. And Gabe has just brought over that bit of colored glass that we're wrapping around in these really thin striations. So that is all the design that we're going to be applying to this piece. We've already finished getting the color and the design at this point, so now we're ready to blow it out and turn it into its final form, which we'll see what this is. They've been switching it up every time. And you know what's kind of nice? We have these little trimmings that we have to break off from the opening of the piece. So this is a good example of what the final color will truly look like when it's cooled down overnight. So now we start to blow this out. We're guiding which way the bubble blows out by using the pad of newspaper. So this is just folded up newspaper. We splash it with a little bit of water. And next, we get started on some of the large shaping, overall shaping. So we're grabbing the jacks, these two metal blades. We're holding onto the glass and pulling away from the pipe. And this is stretching a neck into the piece. So this is how they make something like a neck for a wine bottle or just a bottle in general. We squeeze down again, creating a weak point that we eventually break the piece off from. This is called the jack line. And then we can continue to blow this piece out. So this is a new tool I get to point out. So these are 2 corkwood paddles. So yes, just made out of cork. We're using them to sandwich the glass and flatten it into more of a disc-like shape. And just in case anyone's wondering, we use a lot of wooden tools for many different reasons in the hot shop. But one of the biggest reasons is it's an insulating material. So we push it onto the glass. It's not going to suck a lot of heat out of the piece. It's not going to cause any warping or thermal shock. And so they do burn up over time, but they're really useful for allowing the glass to maintain its heat. And to put a bottom on this piece, we're heating up the very bottom with a small handheld torch. This is the hottest item in the hot shop. I'm sure you can see that this flame is bright blue. It gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit when we turn it up all the way. So we quickly heat up the bottom, and then we can push a wooden paddle onto the bottom to flatten it down. And since a lot of you have joined in more recently, I did want to point out something important. At 1 p.m., again, we're going to have a lecture by Walter Lieberman. He's an MC here at the museum, and he's very well versed in glass history. And he's going to be giving a talk on early American glass. And when we have these talks, which this is the first lecture of the series going through November, we also do a demonstration based off of that talk. So there will be a demonstration right after that is based off of early American glass, or basically a replica of early American glass. So now using a second pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end of it, we attach this to the center of the bottom of the piece. And this is what we use to basically allow us to break the entire piece off of its first pipe. So with a little bit of water and a tap of the pipe, this piece pops right off. So now that we have done that, we can start working on the top of the neck and finish off the entire piece overall. So that whole process right there is just to trim some excess glass off the lip of the piece. This tends to be pretty thick where we break the piece off of the pipe. And now that we've done that, we can open it up to its full size. And that is where all the scraps on the floor have come from throughout the day. We just trim a little bit of glass off of the opening of each piece. So at this point, we're ready to break the piece off of the pipe and put it away. So we'll have a couple of different things happening. We're torching the glass, warming up the glass that's connecting the piece to the pipe until we see some movement in that connection. And then we'll pick this piece up, some Kevlar gloves. There's somebody getting suited up already to grab this piece. And then we break it off and put it away. So this piece in particular took just about 40 minutes. All of the pieces today have been averaging about 45 minutes each. Yeah. So now with a little bit of water, we crack that connection. And then all it takes is a tap of the pipe, and that piece will pop right off. And we torch the bottom and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. Oh, that's what we've done with all the previous pieces, maybe not this one. And then off into the annealer it goes to cool down overnight. And let's give them a round of applause for all their effort into that piece. Thank you, everyone. So that box is currently sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And basically the way it works, there's a programmed box. We push a button and it's programmed to cool down a certain amount over, X amount of hours. So it's going to cool to room temperature about 12 hours or so. Yeah. And so we're going to be switching things up. We're going to work on some different pieces all together for the next 45 minutes until our lecture at 1 p.m. So we're going to see the artist practice some of this early American glass, which is, again, what the lecture is about at 1 p.m. And they're going to make the piece, the finished piece, after that lecture. But this is just practice for that. Hey, so just to update on what we're working on, catch you guys up a little bit. We're going to be practicing some of the early American glass designs that we'll see after our lecture at 1 p.m. And again, our lecture at 1 p.m. is by Walter Lieberman. He's the one closest to the audience, kind of facing away. He's another MC here at the Museum of Glass, and he's very well versed in glass history. So he'll be talking about early American glass, and then right afterwards we have a demonstration of that early American glass. Now the image of what we're making right now is up on the shield, that black and white photo kind of high up there above the clock. I guess not clock, it's a temperature gauge. Oh, did you guys have a question about something? Like, yeah, the pulled ponies. Yeah. So this piece that they're working on right now, called the bank, is actually going to hold coins in it. I think that this is like a permanent sort of thing as well. So it's not like you put coins in it and take them out. It's like they're sealed inside. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. We are practicing some work that we're going to see after our lecture at 1 p.m. So this is early American style glass. So the final product of this piece is actually on the metal shield right in front of where they're working. That paper kind of up at the top there. This is called the bank, and it actually will have some pennies permanently like inside of the piece. So far we have a blown bubble of glass on the end of our pipe that we've been adding a lot of decorative solid glass to. And most of the shaping is just being done instantly, like they just apply the clear glass. They use the tweezers and they're pinching and pushing the glass around to create the texture. And this is a completely clear piece of glass, so we're not going to be using any color in this piece. Any color you do see is just from there being so much heat in the glass that it's radiating light and glowing like lava. And then we bring over a small bubble of clear that we are quite literally dropping onto the end of our first bubble. So this is a blown foot. Basically, we have this sealed bubble that we've just applied. Right now it's completely closed off. But we're going to open up one end of it and then flare it open into a foot or like a plate-like shape. And this is exactly what's done for goblets as well. If you're ever wondering how they get super thin little pieces of glass, they drop the bubble down. They open it up like Gabe is doing right here. So he's sectioning the bubble off. And then they just knock this end section away. And this leaves them with a small opening into the remaining larger section of the bubble. So now we go on the inside with the jacks, these two metal blades, and we just slowly push that wall up and flare it out. And this is still just the bottom half of the piece that we're working on right now. So I assume. And for anyone that's recently joined in, I wanted to give one more final recap, just talking about who's down here and what's going on. So this is our resident hot shop team. These people all work for the Museum of Glass down here on the floor. And we're seeing them work on basically a practice round of some early American glass pieces that we're going to see made after our lecture on early American glass. So the lecture is happening at 1 p.m., and then we'll see these pieces made afterwards at about 2 p.m. How about you? Great? Did you say great? Oh, I was like, why great? I haven't heard that response in a while. What's been going on in your life? So that was the same process as we saw last time where they bring that bubble over, they drop it onto the end. So that first bubble they dropped down was actually more so the hollow part of the stem. You could think of all of this in goblet terms. So we basically created a stem, and now this one, I think, will turn into a blown foot. And to finish this foot off, it's sandwiched between the jacks, which are again those two metal blades, and a wooden paddle on the bottom. Completely straighten it out. So once we've attached that pipe to the bottom of the piece, like we just did a moment ago, and broken it off of that first pipe, this is basically us realizing that the bottom half of the piece is done so that we can work on the top half of the piece. So we're completely moving on to the top half of the piece at this point. And just one more little reminder for anyone who's curious about what we're working on. This is actually on the metal shield right here, right in front of where Gabe is heating up that glass. So they're using this, I think they're trying to make it basically exactly 1-to-1, all just clear glass. Now we've just used a new tool that I haven't been able to point out yet today. This is called the Soffietta. And basically the cone blocks off the opening of the piece, allowing us to reinflate the piece with the mouthpiece on the opposite end. And after we got that opened to a certain extent, this is when we start bringing more bits of clear over. And these are creating almost structural arms that are going to be holding onto the sculptural bit at the top and then the blown portion at the bottom. So Gabe has carefully balanced all of those sculptural clear bits of glass. And now we can start building on top of this structure. And for those who just joined in, welcome into the Hot Shop, first of all. But I did want to talk about what we have going on real quick, catch you guys up a little bit. So we are going to have a lecture at 1 p.m. about early American glass. And this is actually going to be given by MC Walter Lieberman. He is another MC here at the museum, and he's very well versed in glass history. And kind of a practice round right now, we're practicing making some of these early American glass pieces, which we'll be making after the lecture at about 2 p.m. So lecture at 1 p.m., glass making at 2 p.m. And this piece is specifically the one that is on this metal shield here, right in front of where they're heating up the glass at the moment. And I know it might be a little hard to see. Actually, it's very hard to see unless you're this close, but there are actually pennies in the stem of this piece, so right above the foot. They're already in the piece, and they are a permanent fixture. They just stay in the stem. So we brought over just one more small bit of clear glass. We added that to the very top of the structures as basically this little landing pad. And we're letting this piece stay pretty cold. Cold for glass is about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's completely solid at that temperature and below. But if we let it drop too far below, then it'll crack from thermal shock. So we're just keeping it barely happy as we prepared this bubble of clear that we bring over and attach onto the end. This is actually what we did for the bottom of the piece as well to create the foot. We dropped a bubble of clear glass and we opened it up. So they're making the piece that's right there on the shield in front of where they're heating up the glass. This is an example of an early American glass piece. Yeah, so something some of you guys missed, those who came in a little bit later, is we made a hollow stem right above the foot where it's attached to the pipe. And in that hollow stem, we have a couple of pennies in there. So this piece is called the bank because it's holding pennies inside of it. And I'm curious to see, maybe we're going to do that again. It looks like we're going to do that again with this top portion. So all these bits of clear that we keep bringing over and attaching, these are all just decorative bits, by the way. We just stripe them across the surface, and then we're using the tweezers immediately. And oftentimes we're pinching a little bit of a texture into that fresh line of glass so that there are bumps or ridges. So yeah, all of this is decorative. Also, I often get questions about this, but we reuse most of our clear glass. We have a designated bucket for it on either side of the hot shop that's labeled clear, and we throw all of our clear scraps in here. We eventually just crush it up, melt it down again in our furnace, completely reusing it. And this piece is all clear, other than the pennies. So I was going to mention, we did put one more penny in. Again, this hollow section right here that we've been working on, adding all the little decorative bits. This has a penny inside of it now, which mirrors the opposite end. That hollow section of the stem also has a penny in it. And we're getting really close to lecture time, which, just as a reminder, since new people have joined in, we have a lecture at 1 p.m. on early American glass, and that's why we're working on this piece. We're practicing some of that early American glass that we'll make after the lecture as well. So just as something to mention for these lectures, this is not just a one-time thing. We're going to have lectures on the history of glass, various time periods of glass. All the way through November, there's going to be 6 of them, and we have a calendar online showing off the different dates that you can find, and you can also see what is exactly going to be talked about during those lectures. So we have this sculptural piece that was made earlier. We bring over a small bit of clear, and this is going to act as a glue between the entire piece that we just made and this little sculptural, it looks like chicken, that we're adding to the top of the piece. So now it's just a matter of keeping things warm and maybe doing a little bit of touching, straightening up of things, and then we'll break this piece off and put it away. But yeah, this is the finished piece from top to bottom. And we'll see more pieces like these after our lecture, just as a reminder. So applying a little bit of water, we're cracking that connection, and then we grab onto it with a heated fork before tapping the pipe. And that was a successful break. That is probably the scariest moment of the piece, is when they break it off the pipe. And now we safely put it away in the annealer. This is where it cools down slowly overnight to prevent thermal shock. So we won't see that piece again until tomorrow morning or afternoon. And yeah, I think that is our last piece before the lecture. Let's give them a round of applause again for all their hard work so far. Thank you, everyone. And in just a few minutes here, we'll have our lecture on early American glass.
Wait a minute. Hello, everyone. My name is Jabari Owens Bailey, and I am a curatorial education program manager here at Museum of Glass. And I have the pleasure today of welcoming you to the first installment of our Forged in Fire series. It's a 6-part lecture series on the history of glassmaking here in the United States of America. And it is inspired by the America's 250th anniversary and the adoption of the Constitution and America becoming an independent nation. And each lecture will be followed by our team making a piece from the period being discussed. Today's presentation will be on early American glass, colonial Jamestown, and the first glass houses, highlighting how domestic glass emerged as an act of self-reliance and defiance against the British imports. These presentations are sponsored by the Art Alliance for Contemporary Glass, known as AACG. Our next lecture will be on American glass of the 19th century. And each of these lectures will be brought to you and presented by our very own Walter Lieberman. Walter's been working in glass for more than 40 years, beginning at the Massachusetts College of Art in Boston, and he's a hot shop MC and a lecturer on the history of glass here at the museum. He's been a faculty member, a Hallberg Fellow, an artist in residence at Pilchuck Glass School, as well as an instructor at Penland School of Craft, Haystack Mountain School of Craft. Lieberman is internationally regarded as a glass painter with works included in prestigious collections such as Corning Museum of Glass right here in Tacoma, and Montreal Museum of Fine Arts. Walter recently had an exhibition here at Museum of Glass called Walter Lieberman, Are You the Guy Who Does the Drawings in the Hot Shop? This exhibition had Walter's drawings of glass techniques paired with contemporary glass pieces from the Museum of Glass's collection. In addition, a short documentary was made about his life and work called Walter Lieberman, A Life in Glass, and it's available on Museum of Glass's YouTube account. Please check that out. It's pretty amazing. It goes into a lot of details about Walter's background. And I'm not going to take up too much more of your time with accolades about my dear friend Walter. But without further ado, Walter Lieberman.
Hi. First of all, thank you all for coming. I appreciate it. So we're going to start out in Jamestown. Jamestown, Virginia was the first glassmaking place in America. It was actually the first industry in America. The English looked at the American colonies as a great place to manufacture glass because they had an endless supply of wood and sand and soda ash. So they thought, well, we'll just make all this stuff in the colonies. It'll be cheap, and everything will go well. So Jamestown was established by the Virginia Company of London in 1607. It was the first English attempt to manufacture stuff in the colonies. The picture that you're seeing up on the big screen is a modern reproduction of the first Jamestown glass house. The glass house doesn't exist anymore, but they've recreated it. It was hoped that this was going to be a very profitable venture for the English, but it turned out it wasn't. In 1608, the Virginia Company of London sent 8 Dutchmen, they were called. They were actually, we think they were Germans. 8 Dutchmen and Poles to produce the glass. The harsh conditions of the colonies doomed this venture. The devastating winter of 1609 to 1610 was called the Starving Time. Driven by severe drought, fractured leadership, and a siege by the Powhatan Indians, the colonists starved and died. There were 500 settlers in the original colony, only 60 survived. So that put an end to our Jamestown glass. They tried again in 1621 to set up another glass factory, but that too was a failure. The early production of American glass concentrated on simple, useful household objects, rather than the fine artistic pieces that we love to talk about here at the museum. Most of the glass ever made in history were windows, bottles, beads, and mirrors. The fancy glass that we concentrate here on at the museum was only a tiny, tiny fraction of what was made. This is a typical pitcher from the era. These are called lily pad pitchers. And so they would blow the bubble for the pitcher, and then another glass blower would come over with a big dollop of molten glass and drop it on the bottom of the pitcher. And then they would take a hook and drag the molten glass on the top. They would drag it around the bubble to make that decoration. These are some other pictures. These are some sugar bowls. Sugar was a very highly valuable and sought-after commodity. You can always tell the sugar bowls because the sugar bowls always had a lid to keep the flies away. This is a sugar bowl, and one of the distinctive things about this sugar bowl is that it was actually attributed to an actual glassblower. The glassblower's name was Thomas Keynes. He was an English glassblower. He was recruited by one of the South Boston factories in 1812. He traveled from England to the United States. Him coming to the United States to work in glass was actually a violation of English law. He almost didn't come. He went on to start his own glass factory called the Phoenix Glass Work in South Boston, which operated from 1824 to 1870. This was a powder horn. In those days, they had muskets and long rifles, and so you had your supply of gunpowder, and you need something to keep it in. Glass was considered a good material for that because it was spark-proof. You wouldn't get any sparks that would set off your gunpowder. It was also moisture-proof, so the gunpowder wouldn't cake up inside. This was made by the Westerberg Glass Works. This was the first really successful glass, the first successful glass factory in the United States. It was started by Caspar Wistar. I suppose he's German, so it might have been Vistar. He opened his factory in 1739 in Alloway, New Jersey, and he recruited 4 German glassblowers. Unusually, we have the names here: C. Halter, S. Grismeyer, J. Wenzel, and J. Halter, to make the factory operational. He organized with them in a joint venture. They split the profits. 2/3 went to Caspar Wistar. I guess you would say, anybody speak German here? Any German? No? A little bit? If W-I-S-T-A-R. Vista. Vista. Okay? So Caspar Vista. So Caspar Wistar kept 2/3 of the profits for himself and 1/3 to the German glassblowers that he employed. He also made them promise that they would never teach glassmaking to anyone except the Vistars. So the main production was bottles, window glass, and some tableware. Throughout history, these were the most common things that were made, and the Vistar factory was no different. So this was a wine bottle. The second major glassmaker was also a German immigrant. He started out in the iron business in Pennsylvania in 1763, and he set up his first glass factory, the American Flint Glass Factory. And Flint glass, there were 2 kinds of glasses. There was flint glass and crown glass. Flint glass was made with lead, and the crown glass was made without the lead. So the crown glass would be the same kind of glass that we use today. It's made out of three basic things: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. We can make glass just out of the sand, but we'd have to get our furnaces up to 3,000 degrees. And that's too hot for us. So we add the soda ash, which is sodium carbonate. That acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature to about 2,400 degrees. We can make glass out of those two things, the sand and the soda, but if we did that, that glass would dissolve in water. So that wasn't a good thing. So we added the lime, and when we say lime, we mean lime in your garden, not lime in your drink. That's sodium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically so the glass was resistant to attack by moisture. The flint glass, they replaced the soda ash with lead oxide. So the lead oxide acted as a flux and made the sand easier to melt. Sometimes people will ask me when I'm emceeing here about what's the difference between crystal and glass. Crystal is a type of glass. It's a glass that's fluxed with lead. The lead does two things for the glass. It makes it denser, and it makes it softer. The softer part makes the glass easier to cut and polish, and the denser part makes the glass bend light a little more. The more dense a transparent substance is, the more it bends light. So if you think about here, air, we've got lots of air around here, it doesn't look very sparkly. You think about water, water is thicker than air, that bends light more, it sparkles a little bit. You think about a diamond is very dense, it bends the light a lot, it breaks it up into little rainbows, and that's why you see diamonds sparkle, because they're so dense, they break up the light into its component parts, and you see the little rainbow reflections in the diamond. So that when we say flint glass, we're talking about lead glass or crystal. In these days, it's very hard to place these old glasses because, one, they weren't signed, and the factories didn't mark the glass. A lot of pottery you can see has marks from the manufacturer. Glass had none of those things. The other thing was that these factories, a lot of them made the same types of things, so it's hard to tell one from the other. So this William Henry Stiegel, who made the flint glass manufactory, when you read about him in history books, it's often called Stiegel-type glass. They call it Stiegel-type glass because it looks like it may have come from the Stiegel factory, but it's very hard to pin down because there's no marks on it, no signatures. So this is what's called a pocket bottle, basically a flask. It was meant to hold your personal supply of liquor, and this was hugely popular in colonial times. Stiegel was hugely successful. He was so successful that the locals called him Baron Stiegel. And this artist's drawing is of Stiegel going to his factory in a horse-drawn carriage and a cannon announcing his arrival. So he was a pretty prestigious guy, and I don't know that this ever happened, but it gives you an idea that Stiegel was held in high regard. A lot of this stuff was blown into molds. This is a typical mold. For large runs, production runs, the molds were made of cast iron. For shorter production runs, the molds were made out of wood. The cast iron was more expensive and labor intensive to produce, so they only used it when they were going to make 1,000 bottles or something like that. If they were going to make 50 bottles or something like that, they would use a wooden mold. You can see it's a two-piece mold. It's hinged. You open it up, drop the bubble in, close it around the bubble, and then blow. The molds gave these bottles their general form, but it also gave them their texture. You can see in this mold it was a fish bottle, and you can see all the scales are carved into the mold. This is a Stiegl pitcher. This, by the way, we're going to make later on today. I'm going to go grab something, if you would be a moment. Just by the way, this is one of the aforementioned drawings that I made for made here in the studio to explain the glass blowing techniques to our visitors. And so this picture was made with what's called an optic mold. It's a cast metal mold. It has ribs on the inside. The bubble would drop down into the mold. They'd blow, and when we pulled it out, they would have the rib texture. For this creamer, they then took the bubble and twisted it. And that made the stripes, instead of going straight up and down, they twisted it and they would spiral around the body of the pitcher. Later today, we're going to do our demonstration at 2 o'clock, and one of our interns is going to make this pitcher for you. So wish her luck. Eden Gibbons. Let's have a hand for Eden Gibbons. This is another Stiegl bowl. The diamond texture, I'm going to go get another. Is made with this mold here. This is called a pineapple mold. The reason we call it a pineapple mold is because it looks like a pineapple turned inside out. So we'd blow the glass into the pineapple mold when the bubble was small, and when you blow it up, it produces this diamond pattern that you see on the surface. So the mold gives the glass its texture, but it doesn't give it its final shape. The final shape was rendered by hand by the glass blower. Prior to the Stiegl factory, all the glass blowing factories used wood as their fuel. Stiegl was the first glass maker to use coal. In late 1600s in England, they actually banned the use of wood for glass, for pottery and iron, because they needed the wood to make ships. And when the glass factories used tremendous amounts of wood, and so they wanted to save it for shipbuilding, so they actually, in England, they actually passed a law that you could no longer use wood, you'd have to fire your furnaces with coal. Okay. One of the reasons that people like Wistar and Stiegl set up in the colonies was the Townshend Acts of 1767. The British imposed a tax on all British imported goods, glass, tea, which we know about that. And so they thought if they set up the manufacturers in the colonies, you could avoid the taxes that the British imposed through the Townshend Act. One aspect of American glass that's usually overlooked in the history books is the Native American use of glass beads. Native Americans have been making beads on their own out of natural materials, shell, bone, stone. But as far as I know, Native Americans never made glass themselves. They only started using glass beads after the contact with the Europeans. Most of the beads came from Venice, some of them from the Czech Republic, and some of them from Holland, but most of them from Venice. And here you can see a Venetian trade sample to show you what kind of beads you could buy. The beads were used for trade, as you probably heard of, but the widely told story of Peter Minuit buying Manhattan for $24 worth of beads is a myth. That never happened. So although the Native Americans didn't make the beads themselves, they used them to make very beautiful and sophisticated things. This is a bag from 1830. It was probably, we think it was made either by the Iroquois or by the Seneca tribe. On the left is a Delaware shoulder bag from 1840. On the right is a Seminole shoulder bag from 1830. So in my mind, this was a American use of glass, but apparently not in most history books. These are some Lakota beaded animals. Got a lizard on the left, a turtle on the right, and I think they're pretty neat. The next glassmaker was John Friedrich Amelung, another German immigrant. He opened a glass house in Maryland in 1787. And he was again responding to America's desire for economic independence from Britain and the need to develop domestic manufacture. Within a few years, he was producing a variety of window glass, bottles, and tableware. His factory was called the New Bremen Glass Works. Unlike some of the earlier things, in Amelung's factory, they did engraving. You can see this is a beautiful engraved piece from that era. This is a engraved tumbler, and on the tumbler, he's touting Boston for their support of glass manufacturing. These are oil lamps, but they're whale oil lamps. These were hand blown. Whale oil was the major fuel for lighting up until 1859. In 1859, the first oil wells were discovered in America in Titusville, Pennsylvania, and they called it rock oil, which we're having a lot of trouble with right now, getting our rock oil. So rock oil supplanted whale oil and became the main fuel for lamps and heating oil. The next big innovation in glass was pressed glass. And so the pressed glass is really pretty simple. There's a mold for the outside of the piece and then a mold for the inside of the piece. So if you look at that picture, you see the black part, that's the mold for the outside of the piece. The gray and blue part, that's the mold for the inside of the piece. So a glass blower would come over with a dollop of molten glass, drop it into the mold, whack, you have a creamer, whack, you have a salt cellar, whack. And so this was extremely quick, it was extremely cheap, and it enabled the glass makers to use a less skilled workforce. So here's a couple of guys working at the pressing mold. So you see the guy on the left is bringing the molten glass. It's marked B in the picture. The guy on the right is bringing the interior mold down and squeezing that blob of glass into the actual object. So this made glass much cheaper and more accessible to the average folks. This is Deming Jarvis, who's the founder of the New England Glass Company and later the Boston and Sandwich Glass Company in 1825. He didn't invent pressing, but he used it to great effect. On the left is a celery vase. Celery was considered a delicacy, and often in fancy tables, you would have a celery vase in the center as a centerpiece, and it'd be filled with celery. On the right is a engraved celery vase. So what they were trying to do was bring the luxury of the vase on the right to cheap and common products on the left. The one thing to notice about this is that the entire surface was covered with a design. The reason for this was the pressing process was not perfected, and you would get what's called chill marks. When you pressed it with the metal mold, it would leave a kind of ripples that kind of looked like glass cellulite. So in order to cover up all those little bumps and stuff, they would make sure that there was designs on every inch of the glass. This is a pressed salt, and again you can see the entire surface is covered with the design, not so much for aesthetics, but to hide the flaws in the glass-making process. This is a candlestick, a pressed candlestick from the Boston and Sandwich Glass Company, and it's made with uranium glass. Most of the colors in glass come from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green. Uranium makes the glass this odd yellow-green. This glass was actually radioactive, not enough to hurt you, but enough that a scientist with a Geiger counter could measure. The choice of the dolphin goes back in glass history. The dolphin was a symbol of Murano, the glass-making island off of Venice. So the dolphin was kind of a tribute to the Venetian glass tradition. Plates were a big deal. This is a pressed plate. A lovely design. Once again, you can see it's also covered with design, so you don't see any expanses of clear glass where you could see the chill marks. There's another pressed plate. This is also by Boston and Sandwich Glass Company. So a lot of these plates were commemorative plates. This was commemorating Henry Clay, who was Speaker of the House in early 1811. He, along with President James Madison, led the United States into the War of 1812. He also helped negotiate the Treaty of Ghent, which ended the War of 1812, and he was known as the Great Compromiser. He also tried later on in his career to settle the slavery question, but obviously that didn't work. These are some commemorative bottles from the Dyetville Glass Works in Philadelphia, a major 19th century glass factory founded by Dr. Thomas Dyer. And he was known for producing historical flasks. We have George Washington on the left and Ben Franklin on the right. Another glass company that was very successful was Bakewell, Page and Bakewell. It was a prominent 19th century American flint glass manufacturer in Pittsburgh. It was founded in 1908 by Benjamin Bakewell. I like this bottle. I like all the kind of swirly stuff. So all that swirly stuff was in the mold. The Bakewell Company also made some fairly sophisticated pieces. This is a Ben Franklin decanter, and the little profile of Ben Franklin is what's called a sulfide. Sulfides were slip-cast clay figures. The clay was a special clay that was made to expand and contract at the same rate as the glass, so that they could take clay pieces and embed them in the glass without the glass cracking. There's a concept in glassmaking called compatibility. If two glasses expand and contract at different rates and you try to join those together, when it starts to cool off, the two glasses will crack apart. So they formulated a special clay body that was the same, the measure is called the coefficient of expansion. It had the same coefficient of expansion as the glass itself, and as a result, it didn't crack. Bakewell also made these window panes. These are pressed window panes. This is small. This was, I think, 7 inches by 5 inches. And you would use these pressed window panes in places where you wanted light coming in, but you didn't want your neighbors looking in, such as the bathroom. So this would be a nice decorative thing. If you couldn't afford stained glass, you'd have one of these in your bathroom and get the light in. This is a glass nursing bottle. People liked the glass because it was, you could see through it. You could see whether it's clean or dirty. The glass didn't absorb any odors or stain. And these were sold at drugstores for nursing babies. And the final piece we're going to talk about today is the E.G. Booze bottle. E.G. Booze was a whiskey maker, and these were the E.J. Booze log cabin bottles, and supposedly these bottles were the source of the word booze that we use today to represent liquor. So we're going to make we're going to do 2 demonstrations today. They'll be starting at 2 o'clock. On the left, we're going to make a Stiegel creamer from 1664 to 74. We'll be making that right here. And on the right, we're going to make a Boston and Sandwich Company bank. These were banks, like piggy banks. And if you look real carefully, you can see that on top of the little archway, there's a hollow bubble, and in that bubble is a coin. And also in the stem of this bank there's another coin inside the bubble. And we're going to do that today. We're going to put the coins in and everything. So it's a fun thing. There's all sorts of interesting decorations. So that sums it up for me today. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Hello, everyone. We're going to do a Q&A.
What? No. What? Should you drink out of lead glass? That's a good question. My answer is that we shouldn't have to worry about it if you drink out of it, but what you shouldn't do is store stuff in it. So if you've ever seen movies from the 30s and the 40s, the rich people have crystal decanters and they have whiskey in them or brandy or whatever. I wouldn't do that, because if an acidic liquid sits in lead glass over a period of time, you can actually leach lead out of the glass. So I wouldn't store anything in it. I wouldn't, but I wouldn't have any problems drinking out of it.
So the leaded glass is
No, ordinary soda lime glass can ping too. It depends on the shape and the thickness. Yeah, no, if a glass rings, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's lead. Lead is generally heavier. It's heavier than a glass of the same size, and you can really only see the difference in the sparkly nature of it when the glass is thick. If you have a thin wine glass and it's made out of soda lime glass like we do here, or it's made out of lead glass, you can't tell the difference. But when the glass is really thick, then it bends the light enough that you can see the difference in the sparkly nature. Any other questions? Yeah.
the law that you were talking about where the glassmaker wasn't just illegally coming over
Yes.
from England, was it banning a lot of skilled workers, or what was the reason?
As far as I know, it only applied to glassmakers. Glass has a tradition of secretness. In Italy, glass was kind of a family affair, and it was only transferred from father to son. Actually, not daughter, but now lots of daughters. We're glad of that. But no, it was just they were trying to keep a commercial intellectual property on the secrets of glassmaking. Yes.
Knowing that liquor can leach from lead decanters, do they still make lead decanters?
It's been outlawed in Europe. I think they could still make them here. There's no law against it. In the European lead decanters, they use a much smaller percentage of lead. So they'll have, instead of having just lead oxide as the flux, they'll have potash and lead. Yeah, I think it's still legal in the United States, but I know that it's banned in Europe. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry about that. She was asking me to repeat the questions, and I haven't been doing that. I'm sorry about that. Anybody else? Yes.
Hey, Walter. Yes, this doesn't matter. Would you consider the American glass, the early American glass, to be kind of using British techniques and and British tools to make glass?
Okay, would I consider the early American glass to be using British techniques? No. Most of the early American glass blowers, or the ones working in America, were Germans. So the glass that was made in the colonies and after the Revolution was mostly based on German glass techniques, not so much English.
How did the Germans get here?
The Germans. How did the Germans get here? They were usually imported by the glass company. The glass company had to pay for the glass blower, his family. They had to set him up in lodgings, and so well, they came over on a boat, but they were sponsored by the glass company themselves. And one of the problems in early American glass was that a lot of the glass makers would work for a place for a while, and then they'd leave and set up their own glass works. So, but I mean, the glass, obviously the owners were upset because they put all this time and money into bringing those guys over here, and then they bolted. No, the molds were made here. The molds were made here. Yes. The oldest, that's a good question. What's the oldest company that's still making glass? Huh. There are hardly any American companies making it anymore. Libby Owens, I would suppose, would be the oldest American company. France in Baccarat dates from the 1700s, and they're still making glass. Sweden, the Orrefors company, which is closed, by the way, they started in 1742, and they made glass up until the 2000s, and then they succumbed to economic pressures from Asia. Well, thank you for your time and attention. At 2 o'clock, we'll come back here and we'll be making some glass from early America. Thank you for your time.
I was going to pass it around, but it didn't really do anything. But it's still not doing anything. Yeah. You did a great job, Walter. Leads right into the making.
So, hi everybody, welcome to Museum of Glass. Earlier today we had a lecture by a very famous historian, me, on early American glass, not really very famous, but, and so we're going to make some pieces from the period that we're talking about, glass from about 1600 to 1850. So the piece that we're going to make first is a bank. It's not going to look like a bank, but it was sort of a piggy bank. Let's see if we can get a picture up there. Can we go back to my slideshow and show the last slide? There we go. So the piece, we're going to make the piece on the right. That was a bank, like a piggy bank, made by the Boston Sandwich Glass Company in 1833. So that's what Gabe is making right now. The folks you see on the floor are our resident team of glassblowers. They're super skilled. Gabe is Gabe Feenan. He's been blowing glass for over 30 years. So we're going to try and recreate the piece on the right.
How would they get the coins out of it?
What?
How would they get the coins?
They have to
out of
break it,
Oh,
just like a piggy bank.
yeah. Okay.
Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Nice to see you. How's it going?
Hey, well, man.
Hey.
How you doing, boss?
Hey.
It's a great lecture. Thank you. Thank you.
Glad you appreciate it. It's neat to watch Gabe make this bank. I said it's pretty neat to watch Gabe making this. He's doing a good job. Yes, we're making the one on the far right. So that's the bowl of the sort of goblet style bank. So each time one of the glass blowers brings a dollop of molten glass to Gabe, and Gabe applies it to the piece, it's called bringing a bit, B-I-T. So one of the glass blowers will bring some hot molten glass to Gabe, and Gabe will apply it to the piece. So we're going to drip on some molten glass onto the side, and then Gabe will take his tweezers and texture each bit by giving it a little squeeze. So we squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it, and it makes that ripply bit. Does anybody have any questions? Do you guys have any questions? What's the material? Okay, we get our glass in a form called batch, B-A-T-C-H. Batch is like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients all proportioned out, but it's not glass yet. There's three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. So it's a powdered mixture, comes in a 50-pound bag, and we shovel it into our furnace. We cook it overnight, and all those chemicals melt together and make glass. So it's not glass when we get it, it's just the raw ingredients.
Do you reuse those with these sticking in the water after they
Do we use?
the water after they put the strips on?
No. We can only use, we can't use the clear glass that's attached to the metal pipes because it picks up iron from the pipe. When we have clear waste that's not around the end of the pipe, we recycle that.
So they just melt it off and clean the pipes?
No, it pops off automatically. Because, yes, hot glass sticks to hot steel, it doesn't stick to cold steel. So as the thing cools, the glass just pops off it. But let's say if, this thing didn't work out, we wanted to trash it, we'd save that glass, and that could go back in the furnace. Yeah. Where is the glass from? Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So the machines where you see the doors closed, those are the glass furnaces. The bottom half of that machine here has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. Yeah, 1,000 pounds isn't as much as you think because the glass is very heavy. A block of glass, 3 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 1 foot thick, that weighs 1,000 pounds. Glass is 2.5 times as heavy as water. So if you think about a bucket of water, and then double that, and then some. Yep, did you have a question? Oh. So right now, Gabe has added some bubbles, and we're going to bust off that little pointy part, open it up, and we're going to put the coins in. So these banks had a coin in the stem, and then another coin in the finial. So, yeah.
Here, Gabe is making the intricacies with his own hands. The device that you showed up on the slide, was that made in a press mold in order to establish the same type of intricacies on the side?
No, those were made by hand. Some of the things I showed were pressed. Some of the things were
Okay.
This one was done by hand.
Okay.
Even after the press.
I see that, but I was wondering if the other one, because they looked all so uniquely identical. I didn't know if it was like a press flow type thing.
No, they were made entirely by hand. So Gabe has widened that little bubble that he attached to the bottom of that goblet bowl. And we're getting ready to put the coin inside. So Eden, our intern in jean shorts, she has the coin, and then Gabe's going to squeeze the end of that little bubble and close it up with the coin inside.
How long does it take to heat one of those up, or do you ever turn them off?
How long does it take to heat up what? The glory hole? 1 hour. 1 hour. Yeah, so we turn them on at 9 and we start blowing at 10. We just put pennies in there. I imagine in the 1800s they probably put some kind of silver coin in there. But maybe we could put the new gold Trump coins in there.
Do something like learn to do this.
How long does it take to learn to miss them like that? You know, it's like music or sports. There's no, you know, different people take to it at different rates. Gabe, he's been blowing glass for over 30 years. Gabe is the man leading the team at the bench. So this is something he's never made before, and he's just using his skills as a glass blower in the picture to figure out how to make it. The glass in our furnace is 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 1150 Celsius. So it's as hot as the hottest volcano. So having a glass furnace is kind of like having your own volcano. We have glass instead of lava. No, gas. There are electric furnaces, but we don't have one. Good. That's why we're here, to intrigue you. You guys have any questions?
Pardon me, sir. Why the preference for gas versus electric furnaces?
Why the preference for gas versus electric? Gas is generally cheaper. You get more BTUs per dollar burning gas than you do with electricity. It also depends on where you live. The price of electricity in different parts of the country is different. So in some parts of the country, it makes sense to have electric furnaces. In some parts, it doesn't. Gas is also more traditional. In industry, when they make window glass, they have electric furnaces and they start them with gas. They melt the glass and then they stick 2 electrodes into the molten glass and they use the glass itself as a resistor. So the heat is produced inside the glass itself and it's extremely efficient. We can't do that here because we're going to stick metal pipes into the molten glass and we get electrocuted. But if you may have a furnace where you're making sheet glass, you're just pouring that molten glass onto a bed of tin and you don't stick any pipes in it, so you can actually use the glass itself as the resistor. And that's super efficient because in a gas furnace, we use probably 25% of the heat that we create to make the glass. And, you know, the burning gas goes in and the products of combustion go out and they leave the furnace at 2,000 degrees. So they carry a lot of heat with them. If you use the glass as a resistor, all the heat is, there's nothing coming out the front door. You use all the heat that you create in the glass. So it's more efficient. The electricity is more expensive, but the use of it is more efficient. You use it more efficiently. The next thing we're going to do is transfer this glass from the rod it's originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. Oh. Yeah, she makes some cups with them.
I know. Yeah, they're both 1851.
And are they all copper?
I'm not sure.
I think they are. The older pennies, I think. Now they're zinc and copper. So we're going to transfer the glass from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the glass from the bottom while we shape the top. Once they feel that the bond is firm enough, we'll drip a little water. We want to break the glass away from the pipe, give it a tap, and off it comes. So now it's held from the bottom, the top is exposed, the top can now be heated and shaped. Can we put up that slide again with showing the bank? So we're making the piece on the right, the one on the big screen on the right. It's from the 1830s. It was made by the Boston and Sandwich Glass Company, and it was meant to be a bank, like a piggy bank. And so there's a coin in the stem, and then there's another coin in the top and the finial. You guys have any questions? No? Good. What? Yeah. Yeah. Like blowing up a balloon. The glass is hot, it's very soft, and you don't have to blow very. So Nick, the man with shaved head at the center of the workshop, is preparing the glass for the arched part on the top of the bank. We think, where does glass making first develop? We think it was made in the area where Syria and Lebanon is now, starting in about 50 to 75 BC. What? No, Venetians didn't catch on to glass till 1200s. So it'd be 12, 12 or 1300 years later. In China, the earliest Chinese glass we know of dates back to about the 7th century, the 600s. Right.
Worship objects or common use objects?
They were common use objects. They were made little bottles, mostly. They were made to contain like perfumes or cosmetics. They were, little small bottles like this big. Yeah. Three bits.
Yeah.
If you're here with kids today, we have a special contest for kids. Any kid 12 or younger can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. It doesn't cost anything. And if we pick your drawing, we'll call you up. You can bring the whole family down, and we'll make whatever we drew right in front of you. So if anybody's here 12 or younger, if your kid is not inspired at the moment, grab an entry form from the table, and you can do the drawing at home and either mail it in or drop it off. No pressure on the kids. And you'll see out in the lobby we have a nice exhibit of things that we made from the kids' drawings. Actually, could we put up some stills? Kids designed stills? So these pieces you see here on the big screen, these were all made from kids' drawings. We make 2 of each, one that the kid gets to keep and one that stays here at the museum, and that's what you see in the exhibit out in the hall.
What do you guys use to color the glass?
Colored glass comes mostly from metal, dissolved in the glass, first cook it up. We buy colored glass. We don't, we color it ourselves, but we buy it from 2 companies in Germany. and we want to make a colored object. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace, we heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that bubble with red or yellow. In a big factory, you know, they'll cook up a whole furnace full of blue glass and make 1,000. If we're like farts, we want to make a red thing, then a green thing, then a blue thing. We coat each piece individually, and we have any color in it. Now we're going to start to make the finial, the little decorative part on top of those arches. Alex, the man standing up, is bringing Gabe what we call a bit, B-I-T. It's just a dollop of molten glass. And Gabe is shaping it. Over on the right, Nick has gone over to the pipe cooler. Nick is the man with the shaved head on the far right. When these steel pipes get hot, we take them over to this trough over here. It's called the pipe cooler. We just lay the metal pipe in there and spray water on it to cool it down and make it easier to hold. How do we get it off at the end? At the end, we'll drip some water on the joint between the metal rod and the bank itself. The water will crack the joint, and just a light tap on the pipe will release it. Oh, one of the glass blowers will stand by with these Kevlar gloves and carry it. Kevlar is an insulating material. He'll carry it over to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Have any questions? You want to know about what's going on?
Yeah, do you have questions?
So we're going to bust off the little pointy part of that bubble. Give it a little whack. Now that little bubble is open at the top. Now we can stick the coin in. So Eden in the jean shorts at the center. She's going to grab the coin with those tweezers. We'll put it in the top. And just like a piggy bank, once you fill this thing up, the only way to get your money out is to break it. Now we're going to insert the coin into the bubble and then close the end of the bubble around it so the coin's in there forever. Modern ones are zinc or something.
Melt or something?
No, they're just not. The copper, if it, copper is compatible with glass, so you can embed it in glass without cracking it. So if I guess Nick had some old pennies. That's what we're using. I imagine probably in those days it was a silver coin.
Oh, 60s, beyond 70s, how old? I collect coins sometimes.
I think he said coins, pure copper coins were 1967 or 1967.
Okay.
I mean,
like
you probably know
wheat-
more
like
about
wheat
it
pennies.
than I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Copper.
Okay. Thank you.
Who knows? Maybe we could put the new Trump coins in there.
I can't comment.
Get a contract with the not supposed to, I mean, unless we get the thing too hot, it's not actually fused into the glass.
Okay.
It's just kind of sitting in that.
Got it.
If we had to fuse it to the glass, then we'd have to worry about the metal.
Okay. Yeah, it is a great idea.
There's a lot of old goblets that have coins in them.
Making a set of wine glasses where the host at a wedding
Sure.
and have the coin in
From
that.
the year of your wedding. Yeah, that'd be great.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be a niche market.
Oh, yeah. I think anything you make for a wedding, people spend ridiculous amounts of money
They do.
on a wedding.
And then if you throw in, you use some of the color and maybe the spiral part that you use,
Fancy muff. Um, I've made glasses for my Jewish friends that they smash
At the wedding.
as part of the wedding ceremony. So I would make two of them, one for them to smash and one for them to keep after the ceremony. So over on the right, Nick is making the turkey. I'm assuming it's a turkey. Some kind of bird. Oh, yes, this is called the pipe warmer. Yes, hot glass only. If we took a cold steel rod and we stuck it in the molten glass and pulled it out, there'd be nothing on it. If we heat the tips up, the hot glass sticks to the hot steel. So Nick is coming over with a turkey. I'm guessing it's a turkey. We're going to put a little molten glass on top, what we call a glue bit. So we're going to use that hot molten glass to adhere the turkey to the top of that finial.
That's probably solid. Where does the other coin drop in from above?
We put another bubble on top, drop the coin in, and then put another bit on top of that, and then the turkey.
Okay.
So we're getting close to being done. Could we put up the photo again? So there's the original on the right from 1833. And here's our historical reproduction. Just leave that up, I guess. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. If we just made this and put it on the table and walked away, it would cool too quickly and unevenly and it would break. So we're going to bring it up close so you can get a good look at it. So let's have a big hand for Gabe Feenan and our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. No. Okay. The coin, there's a hole, the bottom, the top of that, that kind of bowl, goblet bowl shape, there's a little hole. So we didn't spray, it's not open all the way. There's just a little hole there, and that's where you drop the coins in. And if you want the coins, you got to bust it.
Videotaping, is that for like teaching?
Videotape all for our archive. Eventually, we're going to put all this stuff online.
We've watched it online before.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're setting up a digital archive, so we'll have all the different artists that were here, and our collection will be online. We've gotten a grant. So there's the water on the joint between the bank and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. Thank you. Ooh, let's have another hand for Gabe and the team. So we're going to make another piece. Can we put up the photo again? We're going to make this cream pitcher. This is 1764 to 74. We're not sure of the date. It was made by the Stiegel Company. And this one is going to be made by our intern, Eden Gibbons, the young lady at the center of the workshop. Eden has learned glass blowing here in the Tacoma Public Schools. There's a program in the middle school and high school for kids to learn glass blowing in the Tacoma Public Schools. She's been blowing glass for about 5 years, and she's been an intern here at the Museum of Glass for about 3 years. So send her good thoughts. Oh.
We just talked about it this morning. I mean, there's a couple things we did that, like the way we dropped the bubbles on, they probably didn't do that for the wood. They used probably 2 pieces of wood and squeezed them together with a solid mass. But you still have that tool. I could have made a whole thing out of piece of paper, but we thought there's also, I mean, there's a slight possibility that it could have been done the way we did it. Probably not. But you know, it's hard to see. It'd be nice if you had the object in your hand, then I could really, there'd be some telltale signs of how certain things break. So somewhat best guess. Like I tried not, I didn't use any torch, I didn't use any compressed. I used compressed air one time. I said, yeah, I just try to, you know, because all the hands we have, those maybe change a long time. Compressed air torch, that allows you to do a lot more, to make things bigger, especially. But there's ways around that. You probably really easy matchstick build up back. Usually I would try to do it close to that negative. So it looks yeah, we talked about this one. I didn't even know there were points in there. We found some coins that were like 385, whatever. So they're mostly copper. So hopefully that'll help with the cooling. But they're not really melted. You can see they did stick a little bit. If I tapped them, they would shake loose usually. So hopefully when they're all done, if we just tap it a little bit and shake it, it should break free and be able to be loose in there. It was fun, right? Yeah, no, it's cool. Yeah, it's just neat. Like that people have the skills to do this. But we're wanting to see if like how our intern does and their skill set in about 5 years, how it compares to somebody who has 500 years.
So Eden has made the bubble for the body of the pitcher. Now we're going to add the legs. Nick's bringing a bit. To ordinary glassware, bowls, cups, we just cool it over. Sometimes we make big solid things, and those are easy to cool. Yeah, easy. They all have depending on how thick the item is. Yeah, bigger than this. But you have types that are maybe, I don't know, inch and a half in diameter. Make a big giant thing. What? Anything that can get through the door. And then you've got the muzzle to lift. We're not trying to make that's not our goal. But if you look to the left of where Dave is now, there's another glory hole that's much larger. And each of those glory holes has several sets of doors, and each set of doors exposes a larger opening. Once all the doors are open, that's the end of that's the the hardest thing is like three things there is to get them 60 degrees, or what would it be, 120 degrees apart.
And so that it stands flat.
Yes. Well, they can flatten it with the paddle. They can, as you spin it, you hold the paddle against it and make it flat like that. But getting them 3 feet spaced evenly is the tough part. If they're opposite each other, there's just two, they're opposite each other, that's not hard. Getting them 3 is a little harder. So we've got all 3 feet on our little creamer. Now we're going to transfer it to the punty, the second steel rod that Nick is holding. Eden is attaching the punty to the bottom of the creamer, and that will hold it temporarily while we work on the top. A little water. We want going to break. So we're opening the top of the creamer. We press against the inside of that opening with the metal tongs, the jacks, and it makes the opening wider. Next thing we're going to do is make the spout. So next thing we do is add the handle. The handle making is kind of tricky. Nick to the right has got the molten glass for the handle. He's going to bring it to Eden at the workbench. She'll attach it to the body of the pitcher, and then she'll stretch it out, snip it off, and flip it. Whoa! Got a little, went off on its own a little bit there. So we're almost done. Nick is heating up a metal fork, and we're going to use the metal fork to carry the finished creamer to our annealing oven. A little water on the joint between the creamer and the metal rod. The water dripped off those tweezers will crack that joint. And just a light tap on the metal pole should release it. Oh! Ow! Oh, glass is a heartbreaker. Let's give her a hand. That happens even to the most experienced Italian maestros. So now we're going to let the old man try it. He's going to press it into the optic mold. Rib mold, yeah. When you draw the pineapple mold out, when you draw the bubble out, it stretches and thins the bubble. That,
That's how I
Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop to those who just joined in. I'll just give a quick intro as to what's happening, and then I'll jump right into explaining the process. So today we have worked on a few different projects. Specifically, right now we're working on a pitcher, which is based off of this image of an early American glass pitcher, which they actually have posted on the metal shield right in front of where they're working. That image there is exactly what we're working on. So we have specifically already started the overall body. This also has, instead of a flattened bottom, it's going to have legs that are attached to it, like sculptural glass legs. And everyone you see working on the floor, they work for the Museum of Glass. I always want to specify that because we specifically have visiting artists that come through all the time. Our next visiting artist is going to be in August 5th. Well, yeah, and if anyone's curious, over on the left side of the hot shop, we have some hands-on workshops going on over there as well. But I'll mainly just be focusing right here at the center bench and the right bench. This is where our team is working. So our workshops, we have one weekend a month, usually at the end of the month. And the way it works is you buy a ticket basically, and you can grab a specific time slot. It's broken up every 30 minutes of the day. You come down on the floor, you sit down at the bench, and you make your own piece of glass to eventually take home with you. And they have a whole calendar online or at the front desk. I know that we have a ton of openings available for tomorrow, and we had one open for today at 4:15, but I'm not sure if that one's still open. So good to check. And it'll depend on when you come in as to what we're making. So today it's looking like they're making like starfish. And another day you come in, you might be making a bird or a flower or a pumpkin. Those ones are really popular. So for those who maybe just joined in, might be a little confused, we just finished, well, I guess quite not finished, but this piece was an early American glass vessel. We've been working on them for the second half of the day so far because we had a lecture at 1 p.m. talking about early American glass. So that was specifically a pitcher. I know that we'll be working on some more projects later on as well that might be commission work. We were working on those in the first half of the day. And yeah, glass breaks. So that's the second piece that's broken. Not bad out of a full day of work. So there's a lot of different things that can go wrong, and I looked away when it happened, but usually it's something like something gets a little bit too cold, or maybe it gets set down too hard and there's a vibration that runs through it, and the vibration will kind of pop something apart. So yeah, I looked away for just a split second. I'm not sure exactly what did it, but usually it's the glass getting too cold. So this is all starting with a bubble of clear glass, which we have started the next one already, it looks like. We stuff it inside of a mold called an optic mold. It basically has ridges all the way from the top to the bottom on the inside of it. So we now have these ridges on the glass. And then to twist this, to get that spiral pattern, we hold on to the end of the bubble and continue to turn that glass. And luckily, we have a good view of this happening up on the screen as well if you're having a hard time seeing those finer details looking out on the floor. I can't remember off the top of my head, but last time I looked, I think it was 85 per person without a membership. So it's different if you have a membership to the museum already. Yeah, the front desk has the exact rates and the calendar and everything, so best to check with them. So the body of our piece is blown out now. And next we'll see them attach the legs one by one. And another added little detail, the quote unquote tweezers that we're using right now, these are actually crimps and they have a little bit of texture on the pads that we're actually squeezing the glass with. So we're ending up with these little light lines on the glass wherever we're squeezing with that. And for those who just joined in, this is eventually going to turn into a pitcher, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And this is based off of an image that we have right on the metal shield up at the top in front of where they're working. And this is based off of early American glass, which we've been focusing on today. And once we have all three legs, we use a wooden paddle to make sure they're all level with each other and they sit flat on a surface. And then pretty soon here, we'll be attaching the piece to a second pipe or transferring it to a second pipe. So for those who haven't seen that step in particular yet, the hot glass will stick to anything else that's hot at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. The glass is pretty solid at that point. It is sitting at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit right there. So even though something might look cold in the hot shop, you definitely don't want to touch it. It could be up to that temperature. Anyway, so we attach this pipe to the bottom. We break it off of its first pipe. The whole point of this is to just flip the orientation of the piece so we can work on the opposite end. Yeah, good question. So, for those who haven't seen a hot shop before, we have two different like main pieces of equipment that we're working with. One of them we use to reheat the glass over and over at each bench, and that's that large open face furnace, right? And that's running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's kind of the upper end of the temperature of the glass in here. But when it comes to the molten material itself, that's sitting at a pretty steady, more exact 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. We never really turn it up or down unless we're refilling it. And that's sitting inside of a ceramic crucible behind that door where Gabe is standing. So in there, that's the glass furnace. And it holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. We do have two of these furnaces, by the way. So if one of them is melting new material, then we just switch to the other one. So we've just finished creating the spout of this pitcher. So the very last step is creating and attaching the handle. When he's spinning the pipe like that. So when he's spinning it rapidly, he's actually doing this on purpose to flare the glass out from centrifugal force. So anything that's soft in that moment is going to lengthen or kind of flare outward. If we had, for example, a bowl and we heated up the lip of it or like the top half of it, and then we spun it really fast and it would flare out more like a plate. And that's actually how they make the wavy bowls. They flare it out and then hang it down, and then it creates all those beautiful waves. So yeah, just using centrifugal force. And then other than that, there's the steady spinning throughout the whole process is just to keep it on center. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that pitcher. This one cleanly broke off and is sitting inside of the annealer now. This box sits at 900 degrees Fahrenheit all day. We just load pieces inside of it. And then with the press of a button, it'll start to slowly cool down overnight. And that process of slow cooling is what prevents thermal shock. So that's another piece done. Thank you. And I'll see what they're working on next. Earlier, we were working on some commission pieces that are kind of similar to what you're seeing right here in a way, where they were all blue and they had these very light striations across the surface of the glass. So maybe we'll continue on that. Okay, so we have an image of the next piece that we're going to be working on put onto that metal shield just where the last one was, right over top of it. And for anyone that may be confused on where I'm gesturing or pointing to, I'll get a little closer. So this image right here on the metal shield, right in front of where they're going to be working, this is exactly what we're going to work on next. So it's another picture. This one just has different design to it. And for those who missed the lecture that we had at 1 p.m., which was, again, on Old American Glass, or Early American Glass, sorry. This was actually recorded and live streamed, which we always have on YouTube. So if you want to find our old live streams, whether they're from yesterday, earlier today, years ago, you will find them all on our YouTube channel under the live button, and we have everything posted. So you can just have us in the background all the time. Oh yeah, so over on the left bench, they've been working on the hands-on projects, or it's like a hands-on workshop. People come down and they work on their own piece of glass that they eventually take home with them. And it's, of course, a guided experience. Today, they've been making things like starfish and flowers. But another day that you come in, like in the fall, for example, they make pumpkins, and then in the spring they might make birds. It just depends on when you come in. I get that question a lot. So I always tell people that working in a kitchen can be more dangerous than working in a hot shop. Because in a hot shop, you have the glass all the way at the end of your pipe. You know where it's hot. You're not going to just reach out and touch it. You might grab the wrong end of a tool, maybe every once in a while if you're starting to learn and you don't know what you're doing yet. But other than that, it's actually pretty hard to burn yourself in here, I would say. Meanwhile, kitchens, you have like splashing liquids, you have sticky materials. You can like bump your arm into the oven door while you're reaching in there. And past a certain temperature, the burn is going to be pretty much the same no matter what. It's just going to be an instant, like, sear, sort of. Kind of gross way to describe it, but... Yeah, these guys have been working with glass for a while, so I've personally never seen them burn themselves or even really heard of them burning themselves. And the pipe itself doesn't get hot. I mean, it will to a certain extent. And when it does, we use the pipe cooler, which is this trough of water over here. But stainless steel is a relatively poor conductor of heat compared to other metals. So luckily, a lot of our clear glass, we just completely reuse by crushing it up and then throwing it back into the furnace, because the furnace is all only clear glass. There's no color in it or anything. So as long as it's pure still, which luckily all of these vessels, because they're a little bit more experimental, they are all clear. We're not putting color in them. Color is expensive. So we can reuse them. We can just crush them up and melt them back down again. Yeah, we use specific buckets that are labeled clear on either side of the hot shop as well. They're the tall ones. If we can't reuse it, if there's color in it, for example, so that stuff we just have to throw away because it has a mixture of color and clear in it. It's no longer pure in either way, so we can't use it for those things. But I know a lot of people, like individuals, will take scraps, whether it's the cuttings off of the end of a piece or a broken piece in general. I saw someone the other day was fusing them into small magnets, and you can also use them, I've used them personally in the bottom of ceramic dishes. Like if you do pottery, you can throw them into the bottom of a dish and you'll end up with a crackled pool of glass in the bottom. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, glass blowing is super difficult. It's something where it doesn't matter how artistic you are before you get started in it because it's so technical. It doesn't matter what skills you have beforehand. Nothing else is like it, you know? So I would say it takes a good amount of time, even just to get the safety down and to get some of the muscle memory of continuously turning. Because if you ever stop turning, you ever stop paying attention, the glass just just falls down. So yeah, it takes a while. I would say I've seen professionals who have about 5 years of experience or more, but 10 years of experience is considered professional by a lot of people. So the center bench here, again, this is the start to the next pitcher that we're seeing in here. For those who just joined in, we're making a pitcher like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher, some pouring vessels. And so far we had a clear bubble of glass, which we lengthened, we let it cool down. This is really important. We let it cool down a certain extent. And then we dropped some fresh, clear molten glass onto the end. So we can really push this around and get some designs in it without altering the shape of the bubble underneath. And then we're going to end up with kind of two different layers of glass that you'll see a layer of separation between. And welcome to anyone who just joined in. Just to briefly recap what we have going on, we have our resident hot shop team working right here at the center bench. So these people are working for the museum, and we're seeing them work specifically on early American glass. We've been seeing these vessels created since about noon or so today. We've been working on these pieces, and we even had a lecture about early American glass to go along with the creation of these pieces. That happened at 1 p.m. And I've been making sure to mention if anyone missed that and is interested in hearing the history behind these pieces, then you could pull up our live stream on YouTube and rewind it. You can even go back to live streams that are years ago. So we're making a pitcher right now, like a water pitcher or juice pitcher. We have the image right here on the metal shield in front of where we're heating this up. We actually just did something called a wrap, where we basically took another piece of glass, molten bit of glass, and we wrapped it around the side of the piece. And if we were to do this with color, it would create something like a spiral or striping of color in the piece. But this time we did it with clear on a clear body, meaning that we are going to leave this as like a raised texture. Otherwise, what's the point? So yeah, this will remain as a raised texture. Yeah, there's a lot of texture in this piece. Also, that upside down sort of dripping effect, that was what we were doing when we were taking that clear molten glass on the end of the bubble and pushing it. We were creating kind of these little drips. And again, taking fresh, clear molten glass, we're creating a foot for this piece. So we have the bottom of this piece complete. Pretty soon here, we'll be bringing over another pipe with some clear glass on the end. We'll attach it straight to the center of the bottom of the piece. And that means we'll be able to break the piece off of its original pipe. So once that's securely attached, we apply a little bit of water. That water thermally shocks and cracks that connection enough that when we send a vibration through the pipe, it just pops the piece right off. And now we can work on the top half of the piece. We can finish off the neck, which we will flare out to turn into a pitcher, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. Because I know the closed captioning always says picture. So now we go on the inside of the piece with the jacks, these two metal blades, and widen the opening. And for those who just joined in, welcome into the hot shop. We're finishing off a pitcher right now, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And this is being made by our resident hot shop team. So these guys actually work here for the museum. And they're specifically making pieces that are from early American glass sort of period. So they have made another pitcher before this one, and they also made something called the bank, which was like a piece, almost like a piggy bank where you could put coins in, but you can't get it out until you break it. So it's kind of an interesting glass piece. You have to break the glass to get to the coins. And so handles are tricky. Usually they have to be done all in just one go. You use the residual heat of when it's brought over, you bend it and attach it to that second point, and then you're pretty much done. Looks like we had just enough heat to detach it and move it into a better position, then reattach it. Again, a lot of these pieces are kind of practice. These aren't necessarily going into the Museum of Glass stores. They're not being made for a visiting artist or anything. And again, they're coinciding with the early American glass pieces that we've been working on throughout the day, which we've been practicing all in clear. We tend to practice only in clear glass so we can completely reuse all that glass if we need to. And because color's expensive, don't want to waste color on an experiment. And once we finish the piece, it's off to the annealer, that large black box that's at 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And with the press of a button later on today, it'll start to cool down very slowly for about 8 to 12 hours or so. And then it'll be ready for us to take out. If we don't have that cooling cycle, it'll start to crack and break apart in a matter of seconds to minutes, depending on the thickness of the glass. Yeah, that thermal shock is hard to avoid. We're fighting it the whole time we make a piece of glass. And don't worry, this is a continuous demonstration, so we'll get started on the next piece in just a moment. Usually between pieces, especially if we're working more experimental like this, they just do a short period of deliberation, get some water. It's usually just about 5 minutes or so. So feel free to ask questions. It's a really good time to do that. So, for anyone that wasn't here for the pieces that we were working on earlier, we are making another picture, but this one has a spiral sort of texture to it because we stuffed the bubble into a mold to get ridges, and then we twisted that entire glass bubble to create a spiral from those ridges. So, again, just using clear glass and applying a lot of visual texture, physical texture, rather than colors. And this picture has an image right up on that metal shield where we put the last one as well, so for your reference. And this picture has legs instead of a flat bottom. They remind me a lot of the feet on those really old tubs. I can't remember what those tubs are called. Yeah, it's like a clawfoot tub sort of attachment. That's what it looks like. So the second foot has been attached. All of these bits of glass that we're adding on, we're using a crimp, I believe. I guess I could check. Yeah. So the tool that they're pinching the glass with, it has all these lines on it, on the inside of it. So whenever we squeeze it, it's applying those lines to the glass as well. And once we were finished with the bottom completely, we attach a second pipe to the bottom before breaking it completely off of that first pipe. So now we can open this up at the top and finish off the entire shape. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. So we have a couple of different things happening. I know it looks very visually busy on the floor right now. I'll mostly be focusing right here at the center bench. This is where our resident hot shop team is working. These guys work here for the museum. And they're working on a variety of early American glass pieces. And this is all centered around a lecture on early American glass that we had earlier today at 1 p.m. If anyone's interested in that, and I know you guys missed it, we live stream everything and put it on YouTube permanently. So you can always pull up our old live streams, and this goes back years. Yeah, pretty cool. That's what's happening at the center bench right here. They basically just keep putting up these different images on top of each other right here on the metal shield and practicing those different pieces out of clear glass. And then over on that left bench over there, we have some hands-on workshops going on today. Throughout the day, they've been having guests come on the floor, and they're making their own pieces of glass art to eventually take home with them. This is something we do one weekend a month, and that means that we also have tomorrow. These will be going on all day tomorrow. So if you guys would like to return and do a workshop of your own, then we have a lot of availability tomorrow, I've been told. So this piece is all going to be clear glass. The place we're getting all of our clear glass is this tank with the closed door in the back there. That's the glass furnace. It sits at pretty much exactly 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it stays on 24/7 at that temperature, and it's just clear molten glass in a large ceramic crucible. We pick it up a lot like honey, just sticking the end of the pipe in there and giving it a little twist. And then we end up with a ball of glass on the end, which we then shape and blow out into its final form. I believe so, yes. Yeah. Well, and imagine you're sitting at the bench. You can only work with the glass on the right side because the bench isn't built to shield your legs or handle the heat of the pipe on the other side. But I do know some left-handed glass blowers, and they learn it right-handed still, and they just are used to it because that's the way they started. Yeah. So we've already blown a bubble into this glass. This is hollow right now, and we've lengthened this bubble. It's definitely more, I guess, like bullet shaped. We want it to be this longer shape for our next step. We're going to let this cool down a lot until it's basically completely solid, and then we're going to apply even more glass onto the end and only the end. So we have some very hot, fresh molten glass. We're going to quite literally drop this onto the end of the bubble. And then after getting this glass a little bit hotter, we're stuffing it inside of a mold called an optic mold. And basically this just gives us ridges all the way around. So this whole process, I know I haven't quite explained why we've done what we've done yet. We let that glass underneath cool down quite a bit, and then we applied this hot, fresh glass onto the end. So that way when we went into the mold, it only applied ridges to that section that we just added. So now when we blow this piece out, one section of the piece is going to have ridges, and then the other section is going to be nice and smooth. So this piece is going to end up looking hopefully like this pitcher right here that is on the metal shield. We've been working on a variety of pitchers, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher, for the last couple of hours, and this is the first attempt of this specific design. Oh yeah, and usually when we're experimenting, we make everything all from clear glass, so you can kind of tell in that photo, even though it's a black and white photo, that the color of the glass is, well, obviously not clear. But yeah, when we practice shapes, we often use clear because we reuse this glass just by throwing it back into the furnace eventually. And just in case I've missed any newcomers, I do want to reintroduce the project real quick, kind of catch everyone up a little bit. So we have our resident hotshot team working right here at the center bench, and this is what I've been highlighting for the most part. We're working specifically on early American glass. And we actually had a lecture about this at 1 p.m. So earlier today, we talked about the history of early American glass, different designs, and then kind of around that lecture, we've been making a bunch of pieces. And we actually have an image of exactly what we're working on the metal shield right in front of where we are working at the center bench. And this is the third picture design that we've been working on today. So lots of pictures, but we also had a wacky piece that we made earlier that's kind of like a piggy bank. You put coins in, and the opening is built in such a way that it's really hard to get them back out. So you're meant to smash the piece to open it and get the coins. And that one was fun because they had hollow sections of the piece that were completely enclosed, and they put pennies in them. And for the base of this picture, or for the foot, we're picking up a large bit of clear glass. And this can be reshaped further at the bench. We just sit down and use a couple of tools in the residual heat of that fresh molten glass. Yeah, exactly. So it is just color because of the heat of the glass. It's so hot that it's radiating light. And actually, I'm not necessarily sure why this area is so hot right now. Usually that area where the glass is connected to the pipe is actually pretty cold. Yeah, usually it's so cold that the pipe is just a normal color in there. But right now the pipe is actually glowing a little bit red inside of that glass. Yeah, whenever we're heating up the piece entirely overall like this, that's probably what's applying all that heat there. But that's called a flash or flashing. It's just to keep the piece at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is a really healthy temperature for glass. If it's any hotter, it starts to melt and move. If it's any colder, it'll crack and break from thermal shock. And a lot of this stuff is not like they're going in there and they're like counting in their head or anything. It's more so they're watching for movement, or they're watching for a little bit of color in the glass, or at some point, like some of these guys have up to about 35 years of experience working with glass. It's second nature. They won't even look, they'll just heat it up over their shoulder and talk to someone. Yeah, the point of attaching that second pipe is just to flip the orientation of the piece so we can start working on the opening of the piece. Yes, so sometimes when we spin the pipe, it's to create centrifugal force and kind of stretch the glass out. Sometimes, every once in a while, there will be sort of stylistic ways to take the pipe off of the bench or to put it onto the bench as well, though. Instead of doing the slide and step in, which takes a second, you might see someone do like a flip of some kind so they can immediately step out. So, yeah. Could be a couple different things, most likely just to be quick, though. So right here, he was taking the tweezers and he's pinching and pulling at the glass. This is actually just to stretch the glass out, or the remaining section of the glass. And then this excess glass will be trimmed off wherever he pinched it with the tweezers, because that's now altered in such a way that it's going to look really rough. Oftentimes this is done with some shears, and I'm assuming that we'll see him cut that really nice sort of, I think they call it a gooseneck, into the glass, which is always really impressive. Yep, so going in with the shears, we're cutting into the glass. And after cutting all the way around, we are left with that sort of gooseneck shape.
I guess your own physical limitations kind of are important thinking about the structure. Yeah, right. Yeah.
At a certain point, some people step outside of the bench and they use the tool like this, while somebody else starts to type.
Yep, so that final step was pushing the lip outward to create the full spout. And then from here, we just have the handle to make. Yep, so this bit of clear is to create the handle of the pitcher. And this is usually done in one go. They attach that clear and then they twist it and make that second attachment while everything is still nice and hot, just using that residual heat.